Welcome, wanderers, to Mythical Vision, the sacred sanctuary where we lift the heavy curtains veiling the unknown, threading intricate sagas of legend and mystery that call you, yes, you, to roam the shadowed fringes of what might be, what could be, what lingers just beyond the grasp of daylight. Tonight we plunge deep into the heart of a tale born in the murky, trembling embrace of the veiled marshes, a mythic sprawl of wetlands whispered to lie where no compass dares to point, where the needle spins wild and maps crumble into dust. This is a realm where the waters sigh secrets older than the roots of the earth, older than the bones of mountains, older than the first ember that sparked life in the void. Here, in this boundless breathing expanse, seekers and wanderers vanish into a hush so profound, so absolute, it feels as though the marshes themselves have claimed their spirits, offered them up as tribute to forces unseen, ancient and unyielding, leaving only murmurs that drift through time, soft as the ripple of reeds on a forgotten breeze, sharp as the cry of a heron lost to the mist. Picture, if you will, a solitary woman drawn to the stillness of these boglands, her quiet days unravelling thread by fragile thread when she uncovers a fragment of this ancient enigma, a relic, small but heavy with meaning, binding her to a story spun from the gossamer threads of myth and shadow, pulling her toward a truth that defies the paths we carve through the wild, the tools we wield to tame the untamed. Before we wade into this haunting voyage, I'd love to weave a bond between us, a thread of connection to span the distance, to draw us closer across the vast, mystic dark that holds us in its enigmatic grip. Where are you joining me from this night? Perhaps you sit in a city pulsing with restless energy, its streets alive with the hum of engines and the flicker of neon lights, a heartbeat thrumming beneath concrete and steel. Or maybe you're nestled in a wide, wind-swept steppe where the stars blaze free, their silver glow painting the grasslands in a hush that stretches to the horizon, unbroken save for the rustle of tall blades bending in the night wind. Could it be a riverside nook where the waters whisper close, their currents brushing the banks with a soft, ceaseless murmur, tales of their own carried in every ripple, every glint of moonlight on their surface? Share if you wish. Speak it aloud to the dark or hold it in your heart, and let it tether us together, a filament glowing faintly across the miles. I'm here speaking to you from a place where the night wraps tight around me like a shroud, where the air hums with the weight of stories waiting to unfold, where the scent of damp earth and distant water lingers just beyond my window. These tales of wonder, laced with a disquiet that prickles the skin, they stir the soul, don't they? They kindle dreams that flicker like marshlights in the corners of your mind, elusive yet insistent. If they call to you, if they awaken that hunger to plunge deeper into the arcane, consider subscribing to Mythical Vision. At the end of our journey tonight, I'll share how you can join us, ensuring you never miss a descent into these shadowed realms. For now, let's linger here. Take a breath. Feel the stillness settle around you like a cloak woven from twilight and silence. Seek a place of quiet now, find it, claim it, perhaps beneath a canopy of dusk where the last threads of daylight bleed into the horizon, staining the sky with hues of violet and ash. Or maybe beside the flicker of a lone ember, its glow casting dancing shadows against the dark, its warmth a faint pulse against the chill of the night. Let your breath fall into a deep, even cadence, slow, steady, like the tide kissing the shore, like the heartbeat of the earth beneath your feet. Close your eyes if you dare. Go on. Let them drift shut, and let the world beyond fade away. The room you sit in, the chair cradling you, the hum of the everyday, all of it dissolves, melting into the void until all that remains is the sound of my voice, low and steady, and the pull of the veiled marshes calling you near, tugging at the edges of your mind. We step together into a world where reality frays at its seams, where the marshes guard their mysteries with a force as ancient as the tides of creation, unrelenting, eternal, unveiling them only to those bold enough to hear, to feel, to believe. The air grows thick with mist now. Can you taste it? Damp and cool, curling around you with the scent of sodden earth, decaying wood, and something older, something unnameable. The waters lap softly, a rhythm older than memory, older than the first song sung by humankind, and somewhere in the distance a heron cries, a single piercing note swallowed by the silence, sharp and fleeting as a blade through the fog. This is no mere story. It's a summons, a descent into the shadowed heart of the unknown. Are you ready? Then let us begin. Clara Hensley's tale, approximately 9,000 words. Clara Hensley wasn't the type to chase grand exploits or hunger for the sort of epic quest that might upend the peaceful, solitary life she'd carved out along the edge of a remote marshland. Here, the veiled marshes stretched like a living shroud against the horizon, their tangled reeds swaying in the wind, gentle one moment, fierce the next, like the fingers of some spectral keeper reaching up from the depths below. She lived in a modest shack, raised on stilts above the mire, its wooden walls weathered to a soft, grey-brown by years of damp, moss creeping up the planks in patches of vibrant green, as if the marsh itself were claiming it inch by inch. The windows, small and fogged with age, peered out at the waterlogged expanse, their glass streaked with condensation that caught the light in faint shimmering arcs, almost as if they were waiting, watching for something, or someone, to rise from the fog-draped depth that swallowed the world beyond her porch. This was her sanctuary, her haven, chosen not for its allure but for its isolation, a refuge from a world that had once demanded too much of her and left her with scars she preferred to bury beneath layers of silence, beneath the earthy scent of wetland air that clung to her clothes, her hair, her very skin. 7 years ago she'd fled the clamour of Baton Rouge, where she'd worked as a botanist in a sterile lab, surrounded by specimens pressed between glass, ferns and mosses and delicate water lilies, and journals that mapped nature's hidden ways in precise inked lines. The rustle of lab coats, the hum of fluorescent lights, the chatter of colleagues dissecting the world into data. It had worn her thin, eroded her edges until she felt like one of those pressed leaves herself, brittle and fading. So she traded it all for the soft gurgle of water lapping against her stilts, a sound that wove itself into her days and nights with a rhythm she could lean on, a balm for the unrest that had shadowed her since childhood. That unrest had roots sunk deep into her past, tangled and gnarled like the cypress knees that jutted from the marsh's shallows. When she was 10, her brother, Elias, a fisherman with a laugh like rolling thunder, vanished in a bayou flood south of their little Louisiana home. The waters had risen sudden and fierce that spring, swallowing the dock where he'd moored his skiff, tearing through the banks with a hunger that left nothing behind but mud and silence. He had been her anchor, her storyteller, filling her evenings with tales of marsh spirits, willow-wisps dancing over the water, boats drifting crewless through the fog. As they sat by the fire, the crackle of logs punctuating his words, she'd hang on every syllable, her small hands clutching a mug of cocoa, eyes wide with wonder and a flicker of fear she'd never admit. All she had left of him now was his rusted knife, its blade pitted and dull from years of use, tucked into a drawer beside her cot, and a longing for answers that gnawed at her through the decades, a dull ache that flared sharp on quiet nights. His loss shaped her into the woman she was now, at 38, quiet, guarded, her voice soft as the rustle of reeds, her eyes carrying a weight that belied her simple life, amid the marsh's endless song. She'd come to this shack not just to escape the noise of the world, but to listen, to sit with the wetland's pulse, and wonder if they held the key to what had taken him. The marsh was her solace, yes, but also her silent interrogator. Its vastness a mirror to the questions she couldn't voice, the grief she couldn't name. Her days unfurled in a gentle pattern she cherished, a tempo as steady and sure as the heron's flight that skimmed the water each dawn, its grey wings slicing through the mist with a grace that made her breath catch. Rising with the first light as it spilled over the marshes in a tender wash of gold and grey, soft as a lover's touch, cool as the edge of a blade, she'd pad barefoot to her small kitchen, the floorboards creaking faintly beneath her weight. There she'd steep tea in a chipped enamel pot, the kettle's hum a low, comforting drone that blended with the croaks of frogs, singing from the mire like ancient choristers. their voices rising and falling in a chorus older than the shack, older than her, older than the memory of the land itself. She'd carry her mug to the porch, stepping out to feel the damp boards beneath her soles, the wood slick with morning dew and worn smooth by her daily tread. Wandering the shallow edges where the water met the earth, she'd gather the marsh's gifts, smooth shells carved by years of drifting, their surfaces pocked with tiny whirls like fingerprints of the deep, clumps of moss glistening with dew, soft and damp as the hair of drowned nymphs caught in some eternal slumber. Bits of bone worn soft by the marsh's patient touch, their origins a mystery she'd ponder as she turned them in her hands. These treasures she'd collect in a woven basket, its fibers frayed but strong, as if they were clues to a puzzle she might one day piece together, a ritual that rooted her in the moment, held her steady while the past hovered just out of reach, a shadow cast long across the water. The shack itself was a bastion of modesty, a single room that smelled of wood smoke and damp earth, its walls a patchwork of weathered planks and faint stains from floods long past, testaments to the marsh's quiet, persistent power that both soothed her soul and kept her wary. A sagging cot sat in one corner, draped in a quilt her aunt had sewn decades ago, its patchwork squares faded from vibrant blues and reds to muted echoes of their former selves, the stitches still holding tight like promises kept across time. A table stood near the window, its surface pitted and scarred by years of solitary meals, bowls of stew, cups of tea, the occasional fish she'd caught and cooked over a small fire, each mark a silent tally of her days alone. Shelves lined one wall, bowed slightly under the weight of books, volumes on wetland flora with illustrations of spikerrush and water hyacinth, tales of lost travellers swallowed by bogs and bayous, myths of marsh spirits that danced in the fog, books she'd read by the dim glow of a lantern when storms pinned her inside, the pages curling with damp like the memories she sought to outrun, the words blurring at the edges as if reluctant to be fully known. She'd lived without modern threads, no phone to ring with voices she didn't want to hear, no web to tangle her in the world beyond the bog, severed from all but the marsh itself. Her only visitors were the dragonflies that danced at dusk, their iridescent wings catching the last light in flashes of green and blue, and the occasional trapper who'd wave from a skiff, their forms faint and ghostly against the mist, gone before she could wave back. This detachment was her peace, her refuge, a life stripped to its raw essence where the only voices were the wind rustling the reeds, a low sigh that rose and fell like breath, and the waters whispering tales she'd learned to decipher over her 7 years alone, a dialogue that demanded nothing but her quiet, steady presence. Clara found a strange, enduring peace in this solitude, a harmony in the way the marshes shaped her days, their moods mirrored in her own like reflections in still water. On clear mornings, when the water lay flat and silver beneath a boundless sky, stretching wide and unbroken save for the faint silhouettes of cypress trees clawing at the horizon, she'd sit on her porch with her sketchbook, its pages yellowed and crinkled from the damp. She'd trace the glide of egrets that waded the shallows in graceful, deliberate strides, their white feathers stark against the dark water, their wings slicing the air with an elegance that felt almost divine, almost otherworldly, their reflections rippling across the surface like fleeting phantoms that dissolved with the slightest breeze. She'd lose herself in the lines of her pencil, the scratch of graphite against paper, a quiet counterpoint to the marsh's stillness, each stroke a way to hold on to the beauty before it slipped away. On stormy afternoons, when the horizon darkened with clouds roiling like the breath of some slumbering titan, great grey masses that churned and pulsed with the promise of rain, she'd stand at her window, hands pressed to the cool glass, watching as the deluge lashed the reeds, bending them low until they sprang back, defiant and alive. The waters would swell into waves that rocked her shack's stilts, the wood groaning faintly under the strain, a display that filled her with awe and a quiet thrill, as if the marshes were peeling back their tranquil veil to reveal the wild, untamed heart beating beneath, a glimpse of their true nature that both drew her closer and held her at bay with an invisible hand. She'd always felt a kinship with this vast expanse, a presence that cradled beauty and dread in equal measure, stretching beyond sight, beyond comprehension, beyond the frail boundaries of the human mind. It was in the way the mist curled over the water at dawn, thick and white as breath, hiding the world beyond her porch until the sun burned it away. It was in the calls of the frogs at night, a chorus that swelled and faded like a tide, lulling her to sleep with its rhythm. It was in the sudden silences that fell without warning, heavy and expectant, as if the marsh were listening as much as she was, though she'd never ventured deep into its heart. Elias's fate a warning carved into her bones, a scar that throbbed when the wind blew cold. She couldn't resist its call, the way it seemed to beckon her closer with every tide that kissed the shore, every ripple that spread from an unseen source. The marsh whispered of secrets buried in its depths, stories she'd read in her books and dismissed as folklore spun by firelight. Boats lost to sudden fogs that rolled in like the breath of ghosts, their crews never heard from again. Settlements swallowed by the mire overnight, their wooden stilts sinking into the mud as if the earth had opened to claim them. Souls taken by forces no tongue could name, no mind could fathom, leaving behind only the echo of their cries carried on the wind. She'd pored over these tales on countless stormy nights, the lantern casting shadows that danced across the pages. Her rational mind, the botanist's mind, shrugging them off as fables meant to chill or charm. Until the day the marsh itself brought one to her doorstep, a moment that would fray the edges of her carefully woven world, her sanctuary, her silence, and plunge her into the shadowed heart of the unknown, a place where the waters watched and waited with eyes she couldn't see. It began with a flood fiercer than any she'd known in her 7 years by the marsh, a deluge that surged in from the west one sultry summer evening, unannounced and relentless, like a beast roused from sleep. The sky bruised into shades of deep green and black, clouds churning with a fury that pressed down on the world below, thunder growling low and guttural, a sound that reverberated through her chest like the roar of some ancient creature stirring in the deep. Clara stood on her porch barefoot despite the chill, the wind tearing at the reeds with a howl that drowned out all else, sending water spiraling in dark eddies that danced like wraiths across the surface in the fading light. The waves rose higher than she'd ever seen, higher than the flood that had stained her walls years ago, higher than the tales Elias had told of storms that swallowed boats whole, their crests frothing brown with mud and silt as they battered the stilts with a relentless, bone-shaking fury, the wood trembling beneath her feet as if it might give way. The heron's piercing calls, usually a constant thread in the marsh's song, were lost to the chaos, swallowed by the wind and the water's roar. A chaos so raw, so alive, it kept her awake through the long, dark hours of the night. She stood at her window as the shack shook, watching the rain blur the glass into a haze of grey and shadow that pulsed with intent, each drop a drumbeat against the panes, each gust a summons she couldn't answer, yet couldn't ignore, a tempest that felt less like nature's wrath, and more like a voice from the deep, calling her name in a tongue she didn't know. When morning broke at last, weary and pale, the flood had ebbed, leaving a stillness that hung heavy and expectant, the air thick with the scent of mud and rot, sharp and pungent as if the marsh had exhaled its secrets in the night. She stepped outside, her boots sinking into the sodden earth with a wet squelch, each step a labour as she surveyed the transformed landscape, strewn with the storm's leavings. Broken reeds worn smooth by the current, their ends jagged like snapped bones, tangles of vines glistening with silt, draped over the ground like the nets of some drowned hunter cast aside. A fish skull half buried in the muck, its empty socket staring up at her with a silence that prickled her spine. Amid this wreckage, her eyes caught on something glinting faintly in the weak dawn light, a small wooden box. No larger than a loaf of bread, its surface carved with patterns weathered but intact, half wedged beneath a drift of mud, as if the marsh had fought to reclaim it even as it washed to her shore. It stood apart from the natural debris, its sheen piercing the morning gloom like a beacon. drawing her closer despite the unease that coiled in her gut, cold and tight as a fist. Kneeling in the mire, the damp seeping through her jeans to chill her knees, she pried it free with trembling hands, her breath shallow as she brushed away the clinging sludge, its weight surprising her, heavier than it looked, as if it carried more than wood and air within its scarred edges. The carvings resisted her initial glance, swirls and lines that might have been reeds or runes, worn by time but stubborn in their clarity, and she stood, clutching it to her chest, the unease prickling her skin like the touch of a cold wave breaking against her. She carried the box inside, her boots leaving muddy prints across the floorboards, and set it on her table, the lantern's glow casting a warm circle of light that flickered as she worked. Her fingers, still trembling, fumbled with the latch, a rusted clasp that gave way with a faint creak, and as she lifted the lid, her breath caught in her throat, sharp and sudden. Inside lay a bundle of papers, their edges frayed and yellowed but miraculously preserved against the damp that should have claimed them, papers that must have ridden some craft lost to the waters long ago, sealed tight against the marsh's hunger. Tucked into the bundle's fold, pressed like a secret too heavy to bear, was a medallion, tarnished silver, its surface etched with a reed-like sigil that curved and twisted like the marsh itself, its reverse scratched with a single line in a jagged hand. Luminara, last record, 1961. The name struck a chord deep within her, a bell tolling in the hollows of her memory. Luminara, a whisper from Elias's bedtime yarns of boats that ventured into the marsh and never returned. Stories she'd thought were his way of weaving wonder from his quiet fisherman's life, tales to make her giggle or shiver beneath her quilt. Now they rose from the flood to confront her, solid and real in the lantern's flicker. With care, her hands steadying as curiosity overtook fear, she unrolled the papers, their brittle edges crackling faintly under her touch. The words were penned in a steady hand at first, ink faded but legible, chronicling a journey through the veiled marshes dated over 60 years past. Course from the inlet to the heart, skies clear but waters shift, crew restless. One note began, its tone calm yet tinged with a caution that tightened her chest. Another, scrawled in a shakier stroke that betrayed rising panic, read, "Lights in the reeds, not ours. Fog bends, voices call, silence takes hold." The words painting a vivid scene of mounting dread. A boat adrift in a realm unmoored from reason, its crew ensnared by forces beyond their grasp, beyond their understanding. She could almost hear their voices, faint and frantic, carried on the wind that rattled her windows even now, could almost see the lights they described, glowing like lost stars among the reeds, drawing them deeper into the dark. Clara's heart pounded as the lantern's light danced across the pages, casting shadows that seemed to sway like the reeds beyond her walls, alive with the weight of what she held. She'd read of the veiled marshes legends in her books, the vanishings of the Cypress Queen, the trappers of Deadman's Bend, countless others claimed by the waters, tales she dismissed as fireside fables spun to chill or charm, stories to pass the long nights. But this was no mere story. It was real, tangible, a voice from the mire speaking directly to her through the scrawl of a doomed hand. The marsh had chosen her to find this, carried it across years and tides to wash up at her feet, and with that truth came a weight she couldn't shrug off. A sense that she'd crossed an unseen threshold into a realm vast and shadowed, a place where the marshes watched her with eyes she couldn't see, their presence lingering just beyond the fog, ancient and unyielding, patient as the tides that shaped them. The days that followed were steeped in an unease that clung to her like the damp on her skin, a heaviness she couldn't shake. She hid the papers in a tin beneath a loose floorboard near her cot, their presence a secret she guarded even from her own thoughts. Yet the shack felt altered, the air thicker, charged with a tension she couldn't name, the waters lapping at the stilts with a rhythm that pulsed with intent, louder and more insistent than before, as if the marsh were speaking in a tongue she hadn't yet unraveled. At night her sleep fractured into restless dreams, lights glowing among the reeds, orbs pulsing in time with her heartbeat, pulling her deeper into the bog where voices called her name in tones that weren't human, a chorus of the lost that rose and fell like waves, leaving her waking in a cold sweat, her hands clutching the quilt as if it could anchor her to the waking world. Then the signs began, subtle at first but growing bolder. Ripples appeared in the water outside her porch one morning, too deliberate to be a stray current, etched deep into the stillness, despite her watching the calm the night before. A shadow moved beyond the reeds at dusk, too tall and too still to be a trick of the fading light, vanishing when she stepped out with a lantern to peer into the gloom, its absence leaving her pulse racing. And the fish skull she'd left in the mud, found upright and gleaming one dawn as if polished anew by unseen hands, its eye sockets aligned with the Luminara's course, a marker pointing back to the marsh's dark heart, a sign that whatever had claimed the boat was not yet done with its tale. She tried to dismiss these omens as coincidence, her imagination inflamed by the flood, by the box's weight, but the disquiet deepened when a skiff appeared in the fog, a sleek, unmarked craft that lingered just beyond the reeds, its silhouette stark against the mist, its crew unseen. Yet their gaze a tangible pressure that turned her walks into hurried retreats back to the shack, her refuge now a cage she couldn't escape, its walls closing in with every glance she cast toward the water. Desperation gnawed at her, driving her to act where fear urged her to hide. She paddled to a library in a nearby town, an hour's journey over channels flanked by cypress and still waters, the papers concealed in a sack as she pored over old logs and faded charts, her hands trembling as she searched for the Illuminara. There, buried in a water-stained ledger from 1961, she found it. A skiff lost with all hands, no signal sent, no wreckage recovered, just another name etched into the marsh's grim tally. The entry noting rumors of light seen by a trapper the night it vanished. Details that matched the papers too closely to dismiss, a proof that sent a shiver through her as she scribbled notes listing the crew's names. Thomas Hale, Edwin Marrow, Lila Voss, a roll of the lost she felt bound to honor, strangers whose fates now entwined with her own. She returned home under a sky heavy with fog that seemed to press down on her, the skiff still in the mist. Closer now, its hull glinting like a blade in the dim light, a predator circling its prey. That night, the calls began. Her old radio, long silent and unplugged, crackling with a sharp buzz that woke her from fitful sleep, the static, parting to reveal a voice, low and guttural like the groan of shifting mud. "You've seen too much. Give it back to the marsh." A command that iced her veins, though she smashed the speaker with a force that rattled the shack. The silence that followed heavier than the flood that had brought the box to her shore. A hush that whispered of eyes watching from beyond her walls. Clara knew she couldn't keep it. Not the papers, not the secret burning her chest. So she burned them in her stove one stormy night, the wind howling outside as she watched the pages curl into ash, the ink bleeding into nothingness as tears stung her eyes, a futile offering to appease whatever force had marked her, a bid to reclaim the peace she'd lost. But the marsh didn't relent. The skiff stayed, the calls persisted, and one morning she found the box on her porch, empty but pristine, its surface gleaming as if the flames had never touched its contents. A taunt that shattered her resolve like reeds under a storm's weight, a sign that the Luminara's story would not be so easily erased. She fled the marsh that day, abandoning the shack to the reeds and the tide's embrace, driving north with no aim but escape, the bog fading in her rearview mirror, as the skiff's shadow slipped into the fog. Yet the dreams followed, lights pulsing among the reeds, voices of the Luminara's crew reaching through the dark waters with hollow hands, their faces pleading for a release she couldn't grant, a myth she'd touched and could never unsee. The road stretched on, mile after mile, but the shadow trailed her, across plains, through towns, into the unknown, its burden a load she carried to her last breath, a weight as real as the knife in her pocket, as persistent as the marsh's endless song echoing in her mind. Jasper Tully's tale, approximately 9,000 words. Jasper Tully wasn't a man who sought renown or craved the thrill of piercing the world's hidden veils. His ambitions were smaller, quieter, rooted in the steady rhythm of a life he'd built by the water's edge. At 36, he lived in a marsh-side village near the Veiled Marshes, running a bait shop that stood like a weathered sentinel on the docks, a tin-roofed shack, painted green and brown, its colors blending into the landscape as if it had grown from the mud itself. Inside, the air smelled of damp wood and fish scales, and the shelves sagged under the weight of lures, bright feathers and glinting hooks, and coils of net waiting for the next fisherman, eager to plumb the bog's murky reaches. His days were filled with the clatter of tackle against the counter, the soft scrape of boots on the wooden floor, and the chatter of anglers recounting their catches. Tales of catfish pulled from the shallows, gar wrestled from the deeps, eels that slipped through fingers like shadows. It was a routine that suited his reserved nature, a life tied to the waters he'd loved since boyhood, when he'd row out with his grandfather, a trapper with hands rough as bark and eyes sharp as a hawk's. They'd glide through the channels in his grandfather's skiff, the oars dipping into the water with a soft splash, and the old man would fill the silence with stories of will-o'-wisps dancing over the marsh at night, their lights luring men to their doom, of boats drifting, crewless through the fog, their hulls creaking with winds from beyond the grave, of voices that called from the reeds, soft and mournful, promising secrets if you'd only follow. Jasper would listen, perched on the bow, his small hands clutching the gunwale, the tales weaving wonder and a shiver of fear into his bones. His grandfather's voice, gruff but warm, would rise and fall with the lap of the water, painting pictures so vivid Jasper could almost see the lights, almost hear the calls. The shop was his now, inherited when the old man passed a decade ago, and it stood near the docks where the marsh lapped at the pilings, its walls hung with faded photos of fish he'd caught over the years. Catfish with whiskers like wire, gar with teeth like needles, eels snagged from the reeds in a tangle of slime and mussel. It was a gallery of the marsh's bounty he tended with care, each frame a memory of a day spent on the water, a thread tying him back to those boyhood trips. Nights found him in a hammock strung behind the shack, the breeze rocking him to sleep under a sky pricked with stars, bright pinpoints that shimmered on the water's surface like scattered coins. It was a life of mud and simplicity, demanding little beyond the next sail, the next fisherman trudging through the door with coins in hand, the next dawn painting the marsh in hues of amber and slate, as the mist rose like smoke from the depths. Jasper liked it that way, steady, unassuming, the kind of life where he could hear the marsh's song without needing to chase its mysteries. His grandfather's tale stayed at a safe distance, confined to the edges of his dreams, their whispers faint and easily dismissed as the fancies of an old man who'd spent too many nights under the open sky. The shop was his anchor, the water his companion, and he asked for nothing more, until the day a stranger walked in and pulled him into the marsh's shadowed heart, a journey that would unravel the quiet world he'd built and bind him to a legend he'd never sought. One muggy afternoon, as the sun hung heavy in a sky thick with haze, its light diffused into a dull, oppressive glow that pressed down on the village, a client approached the shop, his boots leaving muddy streaks across the floor. He was a wiry man, lean and twitchy, with a jaw that jerked nervously and eyes that darted like a trapped animal's. His clothes were streaked with marsh mud, dried into crusty patches on his trousers, and he carried the sharp, sour scent of sweat and silt. He leaned over the counter, his voice low and clipped, and hired Jasper to row him to a channel deep in the Veiled Marshes, 10 miles east of the village, a spot steeped in the marsh's shadowed lore, marked on a map scratched hastily onto a napkin with a blunt pencil. "Keep it quiet," he muttered, sliding a wad of crumpled bills across the counter, his fingers trembling faintly as he pulled his hand back. No questions, no talk, just row. The promise of cash sparked a flicker of intrigue in Jasper's chest, a rare ripple across the calm surface of his days, though unease tugged at his gut like a hook caught on a line. He hesitated, thumbing the edge of the money, then nodded, once sharp, and turned to load his skiff. The boat was small but sturdy, its hull weathered to a dull grey, its oars worn smooth by years of use. He packed it with gear, ropes, a lantern, a battered thermos of coffee, his movements deliberate, muscle memory guiding his hands as he avoided the man's restless gaze. They set out under a sky so still it seemed to hum with weight, the water lapping around the skiff's edges with a soft, rhythmic slap, as Jasper dipped the oars, pulling them away from the docks. The village faded behind them, its tin roofs and leaning shacks swallowed by the haze, and the reeds rose like walls on either side, tall and dense, their tips rustling faintly in a breeze he couldn't feel. The man sat at the bow, fidgeting with the napkin, his eyes darting to the water with a hunger Jasper couldn't place, a gleam that made the hairs on his neck prickle. "Faster!" the man snapped once, his voice cutting through the stillness, but Jasper kept his pace steady, the oars slicing through the water with a quiet strength, his jaw tight as he focused on the channel ahead. Dusk settled over the marsh as they rowed deeper, the light bleeding from the sky into a wash of deep blue and purple, the water warm and clear beneath them as they passed stands of cypress draped in moss, gnarled trunks rising from the shallows, their branches twisted like the hands of old men reaching for the fading sun. The air grew thick, heavy with the scent of wet earth and decaying leaves, and the silence pressed in, broken only by the creak of the oars and the occasional splash of a fish breaking the surface. They reached a bend where the channel widened into a pool, its surface dark and still as glass, reflecting the last threads of light in a mirror of shadow and gleam, and there, half sunk in the mud along the bank, lay a relic unlike any Jasper had seen. A canoe, its wood blackened but whole, its bow carved with faint runes that caught the dim light in shallow grooves. It rested in silence, untouched by rot or ruin, as if placed there deliberately rather than wrecked. A piece of the marsh frozen in time, amid the mire, its presence a jolt that sent his pulse racing with a mix of awe and dread, a sudden weight pressing against his ribs as he stared at it, the oars still in his hands. Jasper's breath quickened as he leaned closer, the skiff rocking faintly beneath him, and he tapped the canoe's hull with his paddle, a dull thunk that echoed across the pool, solid and real. The wood held firm. No sign of rot or splintering, just an eerie stillness that pressed against him like the weight of the marsh itself, thick and unyielding. The man scrambled to the edge of the skiff, his camera clicking in frantic bursts, the sharp snap startling a crane lurking nearby. Its grey wings flared as it took flight, vanishing into the fog with a low, mournful cry that faded into the dusk. Jasper traced the runes with a calloused hand, their shapes unfamiliar, yet hauntingly familiar. Swirls and slashes that might have been reeds or symbols from a tongue long dead. His mind raced, tumbling back to his grandfather's tales, the ones he'd dismissed as fancy, spun to fill the quiet nights, the lost convoy of 1947, a string of boats that vanished in a mist so thick it swallowed sound itself, their crews never found, their fates sealed in the marsh's depths. Now here it was, or a piece of it, weathered but intact, a shard of legend he'd never thought to touch, its reality sinking into him like the chill of the water lapping at the skiff's sides. The man babbled now, his voice grating against the silence. "This'll make us famous, you'll see. Museums, papers, they'll eat it up." But Jasper barely heard him, his ears ringing with the weight of what they'd found. Awe warred with dread in his chest, a cold knot tightening as he stared at the canoe, its stillness too perfect, too deliberate. A grave not meant to be disturbed, a trespass they'd committed without knowing the cost. He pulled the oars again, guiding them back toward the village as night fell. The sky a tapestry of deepening blue above, stars pricking through the haze like eyes watching their retreat. The man kept talking, his words a jumble of excitement and greed, but Jasper stayed silent, his jaw clenched, his hands steady on the oars as the reeds closed in around them once more. When they reached the docks, the man pressed him to return. "Tomorrow, first light. We'll get more." But Jasper shook his head, a sharp jerk of refusal, and turned away, locking the napkin's memory in his mind as he trudged back to the shop. That night, alone in the shack, his lantern flared unlit. A sudden bloom of light that cast jagged shadows across the walls, shadows that hissed words he couldn't quite catch. "You've trespassed." The sound chilled his bones, a whisper from the marsh itself, and he sat up in his hammock, the air cold and heavy around him, the weight of their breach settling into his marrow like damp into wood. By morning, as the sun crept over the horizon, he stepped outside and saw it. A dark skiff lingering offshore, sleek and faceless, its hull cutting through the mist as it watched his shop like a predator eyeing prey, a shadow cast over the steady horizon he'd once called home. The skiff trailed him for days, a spectre that turned his trips into tense retreats, gliding silently through the channels as he ferried anglers to safer waters near the village, its presence a constant pressure at the edge of his vision. He'd catch it from the corner of his eye, a dark shape against the reeds, but when he turned to look, it would slip behind a bend or melt into the fog, leaving only ripples to mark its passing. The anglers noticed too, their numbers thinning as whispers spread through the village, of a cursed wreck found in the deep marsh, of a boatman marked by the water's wrath. Rumors that clung to Jasper like burrs, turning friendly nods into wary glances. He kept the shop open, stubborn in his routine, but the air felt different now, thicker, charged with a watchfulness he couldn't shake. The marsh's song, once a comfort, grew discordant. The lap of the water sharper, the rustle of the reeds a hiss rather than a sigh. Then one night the haunting struck closer. He woke to the sound of splintering wood, a crash that jolted him from sleep, and stumbled to find the shop's door pried open, its hinges bent, the frame scarred by rough force. Inside was chaos, gear strewn across the floor in a tangle of nets and hooks, the counter gouged, the drawer where he'd stashed the napkin map, yanked open and empty. In its place, scratched into the wood with a jagged urgency that raced his heart, were two words: forget it. The letters were deep, carved with a blade or a claw, he couldn't tell, and they stared up at him like a command, a warning, a plea all at once. He swept up the mess by lantern light, his hands shaking as he righted shelves and gathered scattered lures, the silence outside heavier than before, pressing against the walls like a living thing. The next day he burned his sketches of the canoe, rough drawings he'd made on a scrap of paper tracing the runes from memory, feeding them to a fire behind the shack as flames ate the channel's shape, the smoke curling upward in thick grey coils. He hoped it would appease whatever stalked him, a small offering to the marsh's unseen keepers, but the marsh held fast, unyielding as stone. Fish vanished from his usual spots, leaving the waters bare and lifeless. Nets came up empty, lines hung slack, the bounty he'd once relied on gone as if swept away by an invisible tide. His compass, a battered old thing his grandfather had given him, began to spin wild, its needle jerking in circles, pointing to nowhere, useless in his hands. And one night, as he lay in his hammock, the air still and warm, he woke to lights pulsing beneath the surface outside the shack, soft, rhythmic glows that rose and fell like breaths, their cadence matching the fear thudding in his chest. He stumbled to the window, gripping the sill, and watched them, green and gold, flickering like the will-o-wisps his grandfather had described, a call from the depths he couldn't heed, yet couldn't escape. They danced for minutes, maybe hours. He lost track, before sinking back into the dark, leaving the water black and still once more. The marsh was alive, awake, and it knew him now, knew his name, his trespass, his fear, and it wouldn't let him go. The skiff's shadow loomed larger each day, closer now, its sleek form cutting through the mist at dawn, lingering just beyond the docks at dusk, a relentless hunter circling its quarry. Jasper's trips dwindled to nothing. Anglers stopped coming, the rumours too thick, the air too heavy, and the shop sat silent, its shelves gathering dust, its walls creaking under the weight of the marsh's gaze. He tried to hold on, to cling to the life he'd built, but the signs grew too bold to ignore. One morning he found footprints in the mud outside the shack, deep, deliberate tracks that circled the building and vanished into the water, too large for any man he knew, too precise to be chance. That night the lights returned, brighter, pulsing faster, and with them came whispers, faint at first, then louder, overlapping in a chorus that seeped through the walls. "You took what's ours. Give it back." The words weren't clear, not like speech, but he felt them in his bones, a demand that shook him to his core. Driven to breaking, he acted on instinct, sold the shop to a trader passing through, a man who didn't ask questions and paid in cash, his eyes glinting with greed for the dockside spot. Jasper packed a bag with clothes, his grandfather's compass, useless now, and a handful of photos from the wall, leaving the rest to rot. He fled to the uplands, a stretch of hills 2 days' drive north where the air was dry and the water's song couldn't reach, or so he hoped. The road stretched out before him, a ribbon of gravel and dust, and he watched the marsh shrink in his rearview mirror, its green expanse swallowed by distance, the skiff's shadow slipping into the fog as he crested the first rise. But the escape wasn't clean. The dreams followed, vivid and relentless. He'd wake to lights pulsing among imagined reeds, their glow seeping through the cracks of whatever room he slept in. Cheap motels, borrowed couches, a tent pitched on a hillside. Voices called from the dark waters, hollow and pleading, their hands reaching through the mist, skeletal fingers brushing his skin before he jolted awake, soaked in sweat. The marsh's echo trailed him like a curse woven into his veins, a shadow he carried into the hills where the air grew thin and the stars burned cold. He'd sit by campfires at night, staring into the flames and hear it still. The lap of water against wood, the rustle of reeds in a wind that didn't blow, the low hum of something ancient watching from afar. He'd left the shop, the skiff, the village, but not the marsh. It clung to him, a weight he couldn't shed, a song that grew faint but never hushed, threading through his days and nights like a line cast into the deep, pulling him back with every breath he took. Jasper Tully had rode into the veiled marsh's spectral depths and come away marked, a man grazed by the mythic abyss, the past reaching through the mire to claim the living, a thread of legend he'd never unweave. Let's linger here a moment, with Jasper's tale still echoing in the air, the story of a man who sought no glory, no unraveling of mysteries, yet found himself snared by the veiled marsh's unyielding grasp. He was a boatman, a keeper of lures and nets, content with the simple cadence of his days, until a stranger's map and a handful of bills drew him into the deep, into a pool, where the past lay waiting carved in blackened wood and silent runes. Can you see him there, in that skiff? His hands steady on the oars as the canoe came into view? A relic that shouldn't have been, a piece of his grandfather's tales made flesh? Can you feel the weight of it? The awe that bloomed in his chest, tangled with the dread that coiled tighter with every stroke back to shore. He didn't ask for this, didn't seek the marsh's secrets, but they found him all the same, rising from the mud to mark him, to haunt him with lights and whispers and shadows that wouldn't fade. The marsh is a keeper of stories, isn't it? A vast breathing archive of the lost, of boats and crews and lives swallowed by its depths, held close in its silt and water like treasures in a miser's hoard. Jasper brushed against one, just one, and it was enough. Enough to shatter the quiet he'd built, to send the skiff stalking his days, to turn his shop into a cage and his dreams into a battlefield. He burned his sketches, sold his life, fled to the hills, but the marsh doesn't let go so easily. It's patient, eternal, its reach stretching beyond the water's edge, beyond the reeds, into the places we think we're safe. What did he find in that canoe, I wonder? A warning? A plea? A piece of the convoy his grandfather spoke of, lost in 47 or something. Older still. Something the marsh has guarded since the world was young? We'll never know. Not fully. Because Jasper didn't stay to ask, didn't dare to row back and face it again. He chose flight over fight, silence over answers, and who can blame him? The veiled marshes don't bargain. They take, they claim, they remember, and he'd already given more than he meant to. His tale is a thread in the tapestry we're weaving tonight, a strand of shadow and water, of a man caught in the pull of something vast and unknowable. It lingers with us, doesn't it? The creak of his oars, the hiss of those shadows, the glow of lights beneath the surface. They settle into your mind, your bones, a quiet unease that hums beneath the surface of this night. Jasper Tully rode into the marsh's heart and came back changed. Not a hero, not a seeker, just a man who saw too much, who felt the weight of the past press against his present and knew he couldn't carry it. As we leave him there, in those hills where the water's song grows faint, let's carry his echo with us. A reminder of the veiled marsh's power, its unrelenting clasp, its ability to reach through time and claim those who stray too close, who dare to touch what it holds. Rest now for a moment, breathe, because another legend waits, rising from the depths to draw us deeper still. Maeve Dawn's tale, approximately 9,000 words. Maeve Dawn wasn't driven by ambition or a thirst to unveil the unknown. Her world was smaller, softer, built from the steady rhythm of hands at work and the quiet comfort of familiar walls. At 29, she lived a modest, rooted life in a marsh-edge hamlet near the veiled marshes, working as a weaver in her mother's loom shed on the village's fringe, a low, wooden building with a slanted roof, its walls stained dark by years of rain, and its windows fogged with the breath of countless winters. Her days were spent threading reeds and yarn, her fingers stained with dye, indigo and ochre and the deep green of marsh grasses, as she wove mats with a skill she'd inherited from her father, a boatman who'd vanished on a haul when she was 8, leaving her with a love of craft and a deep abiding wariness of the marsh that had taken him. The shed smelled of wet fibre and wood smoke, its air thick with the hum of looms creaking on their racks, a sound as constant as her heartbeat, a pulse she could lean into when the world felt unsteady. She'd sit there for hours, her stool creaking beneath her, the light slanting through the windows in pale beams that caught the dust motes dancing in the air, her hands moving with a grace born of muscle memory. Over, under, pull tight. Each mat a small testament to her patience, her care, her quiet defiance against a life that had once broken her open. Her father, Callum, had been a wiry man with a quick smile and hands roughened by rope and oar. His skiff a familiar sight on the channels that wound through the hamlet's edge. He'd take her out sometimes, when she was small, her perched on the bow, feet dangling over the water, him rowing steady and sure as he pointed out the heron stalking the shallows, the dragonflies skimming the surface in flashes of blue. The marsh gives and it takes, he'd say, his voice low and warm. But it's honest about it. Pays to listen close. She'd nod, wide-eyed, clutching a reed he'd plucked for her to weave into a tiny braid, a treasure she'd keep until it crumbled to dust. Then one spring he didn't come back. A haul to the deep marsh, a sudden storm, and nothing left but the echo of his laugh in her memory, and a void where his skiff should have been moored. The marsh became her enemy then, its depths a grave she'd sworn never to trust, its beauty a lie that hid teeth beneath the surface. Her mother took over the shed, teaching Maeve the looms to keep her hands busy, her mind quiet, and it worked, mostly. The hamlet was her world now, simple truths in the creak of looms, the scent of dye simmering in pots, the hum of threads bending under her touch. A life she'd built in the shadow of the marsh's misty reach, safe on its edge, far from its heart. Until one rainy morning when the world shifted. A neighbour, old man Harrow with his limp and his gravelly voice, trudged up to the shed, his coat dripping, and dropped a sodden sack on the floor with a wet thud. "Pulled it from a sinkhole near the banks," he rasped, wiping rain from his brow. "Thought you'd want a look, weaver's eye and all." It was torn but sturdy, its weave tight and marked with faint glyphs along the seams, swirls and lines that caught her maker's heart, tugging at her curiosity like a loose thread begging to be pulled. She thanked him, her voice steady despite the flutter in her chest, and took it to her attic above the shed, a cramped space with a slanted roof, a single window facing the fogged expanse of the marsh, its panes streaked with rain. She planned to mend it in her quiet hours, to unravel its make and weave it anew, the air thick with the tang of dye and the distant croak of frogs through the haze, a task to fill the still moments when the hamlet beyond her walls fell silent, a project to keep her hands busy and her mind from wandering to the water's edge. She unpicked it open one rainy evening after days of careful work, the shed empty save for her, the looms silent beneath their covers. She sat cross-legged on the attic floor, a candle flickering on a crate beside her, its light casting a warm glow that danced across the sack as she eased the seams apart with a needle. Fine, precise stitches that gave way with a faint pop, revealing the weave's secrets thread by thread. She rethreaded the edges as she went, her fingers steady, the damp air cool against her skin as mist pressed against the window panes, blurring the world outside into a wash of grey. The sack sighed alive suddenly, a rustle that startled her, sharp and unexpected, like a breath held too long. And then it spilled its contents onto the floor, a clutch of letters, brittle and stained with watermarks, their ink faded to a ghostly brown but still legible under the candle's glow. She lifted the first with trembling hands, her breath shallow and read, "Path from the cove to the deep, weather holds but waters hum, watchers tense," the words steady, measured, a log of a journey into the marsh. Another, scrawled in haste, gasped out, "Shapes in the mist, not ours. Reeds sway, calls rise, silence takes us." The ink smudged as if written in a panic, the hand shaking with fear or cold or both. At the bottom, scratched in a jagged script, a name, Erindis. The word hit her like a stone dropped into still water. Erindis, a camp her father had whispered of in his tales, lost in the marsh years before she was born. Its folk gone to the water's embrace, a story he'd told with a shiver and a glance toward the dark beyond their windows. She'd buried it with his memory, tucked it away with the braids and the laughter, until this sack dragged it back, raw and real. Maeve sat frozen, the letter's weight heavy in her hands, the candle flickering as if caught in a draught she couldn't feel. The next day, between weaves, she dug deeper, slipping out to the village hall, a squat building of brick and moss, where she sifted through old logs with ink-smudged fingers, the air thick with dust and mildew. She found it in a ledger from 1978. Erindis, an outpost abandoned, overrun by unseen forces, its coordinates deep in the marsh, its final cry a scrawled plea. "They're near," before the record cut off, the page stained with what might have been water or tears. Her pulse quickened, a drumbeat in her ears, as she copied the details into a notebook, the names of the lost blurring before her eyes. Fiona Kyle, Rowan Tighe, Elias Marrow. A roll call of ghosts she didn't know but felt tied to, their fates echoing her father's in a way that chilled her blood. That night, back in the attic, she studied the sack again, running her fingers over its glyphs, shapes that matched the runes in the ledger, faint but deliberate. A language she couldn't read but understood in her bones. It trembled unbidden under her touch, a shiver that rippled through the weave. And then the whispers came, soft at first, seeping from the fibres like steam from a kettle, then louder, overlapping, in a frantic chorus that filled the small space. "Help us! Find us! They're here!" The voices weren't clear, not like words spoken aloud, but they clawed at her mind, a clamour no living throat could weave, a sound that iced her blood and set her pulse racing with a dread she couldn't name. She dropped the sack, scrambling back against the wall, the candle toppling and snuffing out in a puff of smoke, plunging her into darkness as the whispers swelled, then faded into a silence that pressed against her ears, heavy and alive. The sack wasn't just a relic, it was a shard of the past, a piece of Erindis reaching through the threads to grip her, to pull her into its story, its loss, its terror, and she couldn't look away. The sack's stirring marked her, a shift she felt in the air. in the way the shed seemed to hold its breath when she entered. 2 nights later it struck. She woke to a crash below, a sound like wood splitting, and stumbled down the attic ladder, her lantern trembling in her grip. The shed's back wall was breached, planks pried apart, splinters scattered across the floor like broken teeth. The looms toppled in a chaos of warped frames and tangled yarn, their creak silenced under the weight of ruin. The sack was gone from its peg by the window, snatched from where she'd hung it to dry, and in its place, carved into her workbench with deep, raw cuts, were words that jolted her awake. "Leave it sunk." The letters were jagged, etched with a force that spoke of anger or warning, or both, and she stood there, the lantern's light flickering across the wreckage, her hands trembling with a mix of rage and fear as she swept up the mess, writing what she could, the silence outside thicker than the fog rolling in from the marsh. She burned her tracings of the sack the next dawn, pages torn from her notebook, sketches of its glyphs and notes on Erindis, feeding them to a fire behind the shed, the flames licking at the paper until it curled into ash, the smoke stinging her eyes as she watched it rise. She broke the needles she'd used to mend it, snapping them with the hammer against the workbench, the sharp cracks echoing in the still morning air. A desperate bid to sever the thread she'd unwittingly pulled, to cut herself free from whatever had reached through the weave. But the whispers followed, hissing through her radio as she walked home that evening, faint and mournful, a static-laden plea that made her rip the batteries out and hurl them into the grass. They seeped into her dreams that night, vivid and relentless. She saw the Erindis folk standing in fog beneath a sky of swirling reeds, their forms blurred but their eyes sharp, mouths gaping in silent pleas as the marsh stretched endless around them, its waters glowing with flickers no lantern could cast. She'd wake gasping, her sheets twisted around her legs, the air in her room heavy with the scent of damp earth that shouldn't have been there. The marsh beyond her window began to glow some nights, soft pulses of light, green and gold, rising from the water like breaths, their rhythm matching the thud of her heart as she pressed her face to the glass, searching for shapes in the mist. She saw them once, shadows moving among the reeds, too tall, too still, vanishing when she blinked, leaving her doubting her own eyes but not her fear. The hamlet felt smaller now, its edges sharper, the shed a trap she couldn't escape, every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind, a sign that the marsh knew her, watched her, waited for her next move. She'd roused a myth with that sack, a piece of Erindis she couldn't hush, a presence that clung to her like dye on her skin, seeping into her days and nights with a persistence she couldn't outrun, a weight that grew heavier with every breath she took in its shadow. Driven to breaking, Maeve fled. She couldn't stay, couldn't weave another mat with those whispers in her ears, those lights in her dreams. She packed a bag one grey morning, clothes, a few tools, a photo of her father smiling by his skiff, leaving the shed to her mother without a word, without a glance back at the loom she'd once loved. The road stretched outward, a narrow track of dirt and gravel, winding away from the hamlet, and she walked it with her head down, the marsh shrinking behind her as the fog swallowed its edges, the croak of frogs fading into a distant hum. She hitched a ride with a trader heading west, his truck rattling over the ruts, and watched the landscape shift. Marsh giving way to plains, wet green to dry gold, the air growing crisp and free of the water's weight. She settled in a small town miles away, a place of rolling fields and wide skies, where the wind carried dust instead of damp, where the nights were quiet save for the rustle of grass beyond her rented room. But the escape wasn't clean. The whispers faded to a murmur, a low drone at the edge of her hearing, but they never stopped entirely. She'd catch them sometimes, late at night, when the town slept and the silence pressed in, soft pleas carried on a breeze that shouldn't have reached her. Find us, free us, faint as a memory but sharp enough to jolt her awake. The dreams clung too, Erindis folk in their fog, their hands reaching through the mist, their eyes pleading for something she couldn't give. the marsh glowing behind them with a light that pulsed in time with her fear. She'd wake to find her fingers stained with dye that wasn't there, her skin cold as if she'd waded through water in her sleep. The marsh's shadow stretched long behind her, a curse she couldn't outrun, its threads woven into her bones as surely as she'd woven its reeds into mats. She left the sack, the shed, the hamlet, but not the story. It followed her to the plains, a weight she carried into fields where the air grew dry, and the water's song was but a distant sigh, a hum that lingered in the quiet spaces of her mind. She tried to build anew, took work mending clothes, her hands finding a rhythm in needle and thread that echoed the looms without touching the marsh's ghosts. But the plains couldn't erase what she'd touched. Every rustle of grass became reeds, every flicker of light a marsh glow, every silence a waiting presence. Maeve Dawn had pulled a thread from the veiled marsh's tapestry, and it had pulled back, binding her to Erindis, to her father's fate, to a myth she couldn't unweave, a burden she'd carry as long as she breathed, as long as the marsh remembered her name. Thank you, wanderers, for joining us on Mythical Vision for these 3 visions, tales that have carried us deep into the veiled marsh's mythic clasp, where the ordinary meets the eternal, where the water's shadows reach through time to claim those who stray too close. First, Clara Hensley, her box rising from the flood like a gift and a curse, shattering the solitude she'd built on her stilts, pulling her into a story of the Luminara that wouldn't let her go. A woman who sought peace and found a relic instead, its papers whispering of lights and silence, its weight driving her from the marsh into a flight that couldn't outrun the dreams. Can you feel her there, on that porch, the damp boards beneath her feet, the box in her hands, the moment her world frayed at the edges? Then Jasper Tully, his row into the marsh's spectral depths, a canoe of blackened wood and runes that tied him to his grandfather's tales, marking him with lights and skiffs and whispers he couldn't burn away. A boatman who wanted only the quiet of his shop, the sway of his hammock, but found the past waiting in the mud, a trespass that chased him to the hills where the water's echo still hums. Can you hear it? The creak of his oars, the hiss of shadows, the pulse of lights beneath his shack. And Maeve Dawn, her sack summoning voices from the mire, a piece of Erindis that wove her into her father's loss, haunting her with whispers and glows until she fled to the plains, the marsh's thread stretching long behind her. A weaver who touched a relic and woke a myth, its weight staining her hands as surely as dye, its call lingering in the silence of her new life. Can you see her in that attic, the candles glow on the sack, the moment the whispers began? These are stories of the veiled marshes, its waters a mirror to the past, its reeds a cage for the lost, its silence a voice that speaks to those who listen too closely. Clara, Jasper, Maeve, they didn't seek the unknown, didn't chase its edges, but it found them all the same, rising from flood and mud and sinkhole to bind them to its mysteries, to mark them with its shadows. The marsh is alive, isn't it? A presence that watches, that waits, that remembers. Its tides carrying secrets older than we can fathom, its depths holding souls we'll never name. These 3 brushed against it, touched its threads, and paid the price. Not with their lives, but with their peace, their solitude, their certainty. They fled, each in their way, but the marsh doesn't forget. It clings, it follows, it sings in the quiet spaces they can't escape. What do they leave us with, these tales? A shiver down the spine. Yes, but more. A wonder laced with unease. A glimpse into a world where the line between myth and truth blurs. Where the waters hold more than we dare to see. They settle into us, don't they? Clara's box, Jasper's canoe, Maeve's sack. Like embers glowing in the dark, warm and sharp at once. Now, as we draw this journey to a close, let these legends fade into the night. Let them carry you into a realm of wonder and disquiet, a place where the veiled marshes stretch beyond the horizon of your mind, their song a whisper you'll hear when the world grows still. If they've stirred you, if they've kindled that hunger to wander deeper into the arcane, join us at Mythical Vision. Seek us at mythicalvision.com. Type it into your screen, let your fingers find the keys, and subscribe there where the shadows wait to weave you in. You'll find more tales, more echoes, more plunges into the unknown, a sanctuary for those who hear the call. For now, rest, breathe. Let the mist settle around you, the waters lap at the edges of your thoughts. Good night, wanderers of the unknown, until the dawn calls you back from the edge, until the next legend rises to draw us together once more, together once more.